Hello again, and we're back with Minecraft Legacy 1710 with featuring Witchery back at the top of the announcement list because we're a werewolf now. So, pretty much top of our to-do list, we have Call the Hunt. We need to summon and fight the Horned Huntsman. I can't believe I didn't fill those. Now, one might assume that you're required to fight the Horned Huntsman as a wolf. That would make sense, as this is a wolf-based quest. But this is simply untrue. And trying to fight the Horned Huntsman as a wolf is not easy. Your wolf form is very underdeveloped. Speaking of wolf form, I need to get my moon charm back. This needs to stay in our inventory because without it we will transform involuntarily under the full moon, which is simply no good. It's funny if you think about it. Being a vampire gives you many drawbacks that you cannot turn off. Being a werewolf gives you a few limited advantages at first that you have to manually turn on. And honestly, they're more trouble than they're worth, so you keep the key item in your inventory so they stay off. Doesn't really seem like the sort of thing you would want to do, by and large. So we'll just pick a nice quiet area like this. Make sure we won't be interrupted. Get lost. And summon our new opponent. That would be him. He explodes like the Wither on arrival, and that bow has some serious knockback. That's okay, his melee attacks are worse. I don't know how we're supposed to fight him, but I'm gonna lure him into the Earth Elemental hole. He also is apparently summoning regular wolves. Not exactly the most exciting of tactics. But now he's in a hole. Where we can slap him and only really have to... Whoa! Hello! Did not know he could do that. His actual melee attacks are pretty savage. So I would just prefer to stay out of his melee reach and just deal with the bow shots when possible. He does like to do that teleport though, so we have to keep on the lookout for that. let me finish you off already. There we go. I'm sorry, are those Wither Skulls? He just dropped 3 Wither Skulls. And looting 3. That's apparently a very good fight. There's just the small issue where he blows up like the Wither and causes a giant scar on the landscape. I'm going to be patching this creeper hole for like 10 minutes. But we did it. We killed the Horn Huntsman. Once we start making some progress and filling this crater back in, we can report back to the wolf deity thing, whatever the wolf altar is supposed to be praying to. Get our advancement and see what the next goal is. There is just not going to be enough dirt to do this. You obliterated way more than half the dirt. Oh well, we have a new pockmark in reality. Maybe I should have used my Demon and Bane gas grenades. Because I'm pretty sure that guy's a demon. Well, something to consider if we ever fight him again. Aw, the sheep destroyed one of my Petinia. And one of my Nysisis. Well, I still haven't fixed the entire garden yet. Alright, what's next, Wolfio? Hunt now on 2 legs or 4. This is an important advancement because it gives us access not just to small wolf form, but tall werewolf form. Both forms have their advantages and disadvantages. Small form is small and runs very fast, and it can actually hold things in the active hotbar slot. Tall form is bigger, stronger, has more hearts, is more well-armored, it's more of a combat form. But it can't hold anything in its active hotbar slot except the Moon Charm. Anything else in your primary hand, as a werewolf, you will drop onto the ground. It's very frustrating. So, small wolf can hold swords, but can't benefit from their damage. Large wolf can't even hold swords. It'll drop the sword on the ground. So, best to keep the Moon Charm in your hotbar for that. so you don't drop everything all over everywhere. Anyway, what's our next task? Kill 10 monsters with jumping critical hits. Sounds pretty simple. This will make it even simpler. Aw, this still doesn't empty the canister. We're close, though. But that's fine. Brew of Strength. Let me get a couple of backpacks. Actually, just all the backpacks, so our inventory stays as uncluttered as possible. Hold crouch. And now we're in business. We have somewhat faster speed, better jumping, step assist, and there's another little benefit that werewolves get. You see the explosion of red particles every time we kill a sheep? That is because I don't have to eat in this form as long as I keep killing. Fairly important since I can't actually hold food. I'm not sure if that's limited to animals. I don't think it works on undead. There are some rules as to what counts as a meal and what doesn't. But for the most part, things that you kill in the wild cause that burst of blood particles and a crunchy chewing sound, which is meant to not just imply, but explicitly state you have eaten the target. So I have made the small mistake here that I haven't been counting my critical kills. I also don't know if animals count, since the quest giver, so to speak, specified monsters. But does it really matter? We've been tasked to run around and enjoy the joy of the hunt. For this purpose, we have enhanced mobility, improved strength. In fact, my strength potion has worn off. I maybe should have given it improved duration. But we still do enough damage to sheep that it doesn't matter. Get out of here so I can jump you. Death. Oh, I guess it does matter. Sheep take 2 jumping critical hits without strength. That will improve. As you gain werewolf levels, your unarmed attack gets stronger. As well it should, because you can't attack if you aren't armed. This also gives us the perfect excuse to cull a lot of the population explosion mistakes we've made. Alright, I wonder if that was good enough. The Moon Charm itself has 2 functions, both of them shapeshifts. If you hold right click with it while standing, you will switch to or from small wolf form. Do it while crouching, and you will shift to or from tall wolf form, if that form is available. So if I were to hold click while standing right now, I'd become a small wolf. What I want to become is human again. Apparently wolf form also gives you night vision. I was not aware. So how are we doing on those critical kills? We have done 0, apparently. Apparently he did mean monsters. And animals simply aren't good enough. Well, be that as it may, we have some farm maintenance to do. Hello! I'm really puzzled that they seem to have deliberately trampled all of my wormwood squares. Not sure how that was managed, while avoiding everything that wasn't. Everything else looks fine. I think that's the whole farm. The whole farm restored to its intended glory. So I can put all this stuff back and return to business. I'm also curious if killing monsters with criticals has to be done in wolf form. Like, can I just hunt creepers and spiders like this and take them out with critical hits? Also, where are all the monsters? It is raining at night, and I don't see a single bad actor. Oh, there's one. Really good cave for a light spell. Remember when I said light spells grant XP based on the amount of squares that they light? This huge dark area is perfect for gaining some AM2 levels. Hi. Oh, don't burn yourself. Hey, Raven, welcome back. Lots of copper down here. I mean, mining isn't really what I'm here for. But it might be nice to just grab a bunch of stuff that's going to present itself. Okay. For a hunting expedition that's meant to be killing monsters with critical hits, there sure aren't very many monsters around. Although I hear them in the walls. Just don't know if that's up or down. It appears to not be down. Is this the surface? Well, that's a tree, so it's gotta be. Hello. Not exactly what I meant to do or where I meant to be, but I'll take it. Copper, tin, iron, ores aplenty. More dark. Don't mind if I do. The more we let up these tunnels, the less monsters will get stuck down in here, and the more they can appear up on the surface. Which honestly is where we like all our monsters to be. The copper and coal have been ceaseless. I should probably get this too. Just wouldn't do to leave Chimerite behind. That'll never work. Huh. I must have used that cobblestone column to escape at one time. Okay, is it about time to get out of these tunnels yet? Not quite. Huh. Natural Tarma root. Very rare. If I didn't have Agricraft in, I'd be scrambling to find Tarma root constantly. Since it's an ingredient in air essences, which are otherwise pretty hard to come by. The only other way I know of to get air essence specifically is to fight the Air Guardian. And the Air Guardian costs air essences to fight. So there's no guarantee that you'll make a profit on air by challenging him. And in my experience, you generally don't. Speaking of the Air Guardian, eventually we'll have to challenge him too. He has one of the better unique drops in Ars Magica too. The Air Sled. Oh hi. As I was saying, the Air Sled is another flight gadget. It operates like the broom, but has much better hot top speed and much better control. Alright, let's go see how we're doing on our current wolf quest. There might be something I'm forgetting. Slay 10 from the air was bidden, 10 remain. We have accomplished nothing. So there's clearly something I'm missing about this task. I think I might know what the issue is. while we're here... Okay, that can't be enchanted. I could put efficiency on my shovel, but honestly, why? Unbreaking might help it use less power. Who knows? Is there anything else I could conceivably enchant? There's a few maybes going on here, and a whole lot of probably not. This could use some efficiency. Like, a lot of efficiency. But fortune on an axe? I can't really see it. Now, what I think is going on with this quest is that we may have an empowered leap now that I don't remember how to trigger. Or maybe it's sprinting? I don't know, there's something special it wants us to do. I guess I'll go see if that was it. A sprinting jump attack. If not, then my next course of action is to check the wiki. Nope, that didn't count either. So give me a minute. To look up just what the heck is going on here. It says kill 10 hostile mobs with a critical hit. I've been doing that. It just doesn't count. That's all I'm seeing. Just butterfingered my steaks. Just to make sure that's still a thing. Ow. Didn't really hurt though. Werewolves are very tough. Alright, so that was a jumping critical kill in wolf form. If I keep dancing, I can secure a second. Alright. Now if that counts as 2, we might be getting somewhere. 8 remain. Okay. We figured it out. We have to get critical kills in lycanthrope form on hostile monsters. Instead, we're just collecting more creeper scars in the landscape that I can't fix in my current form. Oh, these zombies will do nicely. Or they would if they weren't idiots. Guys, get out of the lake. Get out of the lake. They're still stuck. Get out of the lake. There. Just wipe out a bunch of zombies with jumping crits. And more things are going wrong in the creeper department, but there's not much I can do about that. I wonder how well werewolves handle Endermen. This will be a worthwhile battle. Hey you. He can barely scratch me. Also, apparently you can eat creepers. Not a bit of knowledge I expected to need, but here we are. No. Okay, fine. I'm more upset about holes in the landscape than I am the damage, because we're just not taking damage, pretty much. As long as I continue to kill things that are technically living, we keep our food up, and keeping our food up in turn keeps our health up, which is twice as tanky as a normal player. And we're only part way through this wolf stuff. Imagine how much scarier this would be if I could use potions while a wolf. Just shift down, drink strength, shift up again. Spooky stuff. Alright, let's get out of wolf mode and see if we've reached 10 kills yet. That'll do it. Sprint now when you hit to quickly end the fight. So I guess I do extra damage on sprinting attacks now? That's not really clear. Travel the land at night in 16 places, look to the sky, and let your wolf voice be heard. This is literally a quest to run around in the dark and howl constantly. It's a bit harder than it sounds, because Witchery is kind of strict in how far apart these chunks need to be. You kind of have to travel far and wide, and just yell randomly at the sky. This is true. How do those get there? Those are mine. And potato. We're full on potatoes. So to continue getting wolfy with it, I just need it to be nighttime again. Which can be immediately. I'm pretty sure this is the last ritual I did downstairs, so I shouldn't need to reset anything. Downstairs, not up. Inner circle white, outer 2 circles broken. Yeah, that seems about right. Invite the darkness. Oh, full moon. Well, alright then. What time could be more appropriate? There's one howl. Just sprint around, screaming at the sky at random. It doesn't really matter where we do this, as long as we keep doing it a sufficient distance away from previous iterations. That's a fast zombie. That's gotta be a zombie. Yeah, a zombie baby. Just letting everybody know whose territory this is. And it's triggered basically by staring at the sky and shift right clicking. I've never tried it in small wolf form. I don't know if it could be triggered that way, but I know it works in tall wolf form. Honestly, why not try it? I lose nothing. Small mode. We can howl in small mode. Neat. That'll make this faster. And less dangerous, because we can just sprint away from everything. Not that any hostiles at night are particularly dangerous, but I'd rather rush through this than have to deal with everything chasing us constantly. Excuse me. Excuse me? Let's check back in and see how we're doing. Because we've done a lot of yelling. What's our yelling progress? Excellent. Yeah, auto jump is just garbage. It's garbage. It doesn't even work properly. I turn it off immediately in modern Minecraft because even on simple single steps, like if you haven't built a staircase yet and you've cut a series of steps, it's bad. Manually jumping is still faster. Anyway, our next quest. As a wolf, find and bend 6 wolves to your will. This one's a pain. First of all, because it involves finding wolves in the wild, which, based on the last time we did wolves, long and far ago when I was mutating things, is irritating. Secondly, what it means by bend 6 wolves to your will is in this form, I can right-click on wolves to attempt to tame them. And it is an attempt. They either agree to be tamed immediately, or they can go hostile along with the rest of the pack that they're with. Which is a bit of an issue. This looks taiga-y. Holding our best chance of finding fellow wolves again. Do remember, the last time I needed wolves, it took at least 3 days just to find a couple. Hello? Anybody home? No, I recruited this one already. Yep, I remember that chest now. You are dark natives. Kind of rare to see AM2 Dark Mages. They're not super threatening. All they really do is cast physical attack spells, earth spells mostly. Not even a threat. We eat them. I think this is where I used my sickle to collect a bunch of spruce saplings. Finding the areas we revisit. And as we continue screaming across the landscape at warp speed, still no wolves. Though I am kind of going in circles now. This may be a job for Love Potion again. Oh, but wait, that wouldn't work. I was thinking of going home and collecting the 2 wolves that we already have, using a Love Potion to multiply them, and then trying to do the wolf thing to tame them. But that doesn't work because those wolves are already tamed. And if you breed 2 tamed wolves, or dogs rather, then the resultant dog is automatically tamed. I do love being able to zip through the forest, though. This is really fun. Not sure what an oil spout is doing here in the forest. I think we've wondered that before. Fieldcraft oil is still a trap and a waste. It can be refined into fuel at great power cost, and the amount of power it grants as a fuel is less than what went into it to refine it in the first place. If nothing else, we're exploring new forest territory here, which is not a bad thing. Pretty sure, right? Yeah, we haven't been anywhere near here before. But yeah, this is a very frustrating quest because wolves are very rare in this version of Minecraft. There are some biomes that make them slightly more common, but only slightly. I think we have the best chance in Frozen Taiga. But I haven't seen a Frozen Taiga yet. Anywhere. Hang on. I see something. It looks like another one of those Stonehenge things. It is. Stone circle. Anything to loot? Couple of nets. Nothing else really worth taking. We continue sightseeing at the speed of sound, seeing only sheep. And whatever this cluster of red markers is. Sounds like Blizz. How do we reach those Blizz? Because I would like to kill those Blizz. Down here? No. I have been baited into a hole, and haven't even found the monsters I was looking for. Alright, forget that. Oh, that's odd. Unexpected phone call. Alright, not a major matter. That was probably the longest wrong number I've ever had to deal with. Still no wolves on scope. That's a big cluster of cows, though. I'll just bite these sheep. Or pigs. I know what animals are, I swear. Is this a new village? It is a new village. We have not been here before. Oh, that's very stupid. Water. Water. Not sewage. Sheesh. We sprinted right into the forge. Not my brightest moment. I will steal these to melt them down. I think being a werewolf can cause a reputation hit in villages. I might be making that up. I know there are a lot of things that can cause reputation hits, like doing necromancy, as mentioned some days ago. Attacking villagers definitely does it. Being caught biting them as a vampire definitely does it. I don't remember whether changing to and from werewolf form causes reputation damage in villages. Kinda doubt it, but it seems like the sort of thing that Witchery would do. Oh, we have a witch hut over here. Maybe I could get another recruit. If she didn't live halfway up a giant cliff. Hello? Door on this side? No. I'm coming in the window. You are not here. Hello? It's a very strange house. Still no wolves, and I have no way to force wolves to exist. Light, and goodbye. Still, being a mischievous little light-speed wolf has its perks. Vampires have to spend blood to go this fast. I just naturally go fast, and this isn't even my sprinting speed, this is my walk speed. This is sprinting speed, which, honestly, I don't notice much of a difference, to be fair. We are simply the fast. Chomp. Ow. That guy actually hit us. Ooh, Blizz. Excuse me, I'm busy. You know what? I don't have to fuck with this. Now what's up? I may be down to 5 hearts, but as a werewolf, that's really not a concern. Because my fists are still devastating, and all I need to do to fix that is find some meat. Like these 4 little pigs. Now I can go back to being a light speed wolf. Oh, that's a problem. Nope. I did not see that coming. Not even a little bit. Oh well, surprise lava pit, and oh boy, this is more remnants of the sheepocalypse. I need to be tall, like now. There are so many creepers out here. What is this creeper nonsense? There you are. Baby zombie in the hole. Another creeper. And one behind me. Where are they all coming from? No, I'm going back to small mode. Because I remember there being a taiga in this direction. It's where I got my last wolf when I was making owls and toads. Still don't see it though. Looks like chickens and cattle all the way. Let's just try not to run headlong into any more lava pits. The speed bumps of the wolf world. Nom. Oh hey, the earth elemental. Very rare. Let's eat that pig for a snack on the run. Lots of animals around, but none of them are the animals I want. If only there were a witchery potion of all the wolves. Oh, found some. That's a big pack. You know what? Let's do this smart. That one was instantly tamed, so that counts. I wasn't trying to tame it, I was trying to catch it. So if I failed to tame, I wouldn't make it angry. That seems to be 2 successes. I'm seeing heart particles. How about you? That's a fail. So if I come over here and put him down again, he's still a wolf. It's... okay, that's 3 now. This is actually a pretty decent strategy. Now I have a small wolf pack. And I can continue to use these safari balls to make the taming attempt with no consequence of failure. Which basically means I can work my way up to 6 and not have to look for another pack. Normally, if you fail, they go hostile like that. So let's take this guy away from any other wolves. And he's still very upset with me. How about you don't? Still need to get to 6 of these guys. Is that 5? 3, 4, 5. So this guy over here could be my last one. Nope. Oh, he mad. Get him, boys. So we've completed most of the quest on 1 pack, due to semi-cheating. And there's another stray wolf over here. That would be 6. I have made my pack. Alright, let's get him home. Trouble is, they're going to be getting in the way of everything. Unless I find a place to sit them. Ooh, Liz. Get him! Oh, I did not mean to make a puppy, I was just trying to heal them up. Well, that's fine. Let's keep going, boys. Gotta make it home. As long as we're on land, they can keep up just fine. Water is a bit trickier. Wolves won't teleport to you if you are in the water. So if you have to swim too far, you might end up leaving your wolves on the opposite shore. But a good full speed over land sprint, they have no problem. Let's try and keep them away from the dangerous plants. And here we are. Just need to find you guys a place to stay put. Probably back in the menagerie. And this actually also creates a small problem. I'm gonna put 2 more wolves into storage. And the rest of you guys can pile in here. Assuming you are capable and have more than 2 brain cells. This is looking like a tall order. So the problem here is that my next unlock for being a werewolf is Summon Pack. I want these wolves to stay here. But what Summon Pack means is when I howl at the moon in wolf form, all of my tamed wolves will teleport to me. I do not want this to happen, as this will empty the wolf pen here in the menagerie. But I guess having 4 wolves in safari nets and going to stay there will have to do. Anyway, let's get out of the noise, turn in our quest. Because we did succeed, right? Alpha of the pack, mastery is achieved. Howl at the sky to call your servants at need. Exactly. What's next? As Wolfman, you must hunt, slay 30 of the pigs in the Nether. This one can be a bit difficult. As we know, zombie pigmen are not to be screwed with. They do a lot of damage, and making them angry makes them all angry. But honestly, as a wolfman, this isn't as bad as it used to be. And that's pretty much what all these quests are about. Giving you as Wolfman the opportunity to showcase to yourself just how strong you truly are. So as spooky as it might otherwise be to pick a fight with zombie pigmen with no equipment, as a wolfman it's fine. What's a bat doing in here? Alright, a couple of quick drinks. Crunch that bat for food. And pick the biggest fight of our lives. Hey boys, come and get me. Should I be counting? I'm not counting. We're just eating pork. How did a wolf bat get out here? Leap. Yeah, I know there's more of you somewhere. There's some down there. It's a bit tricky to get to. Or it would be if I didn't have several bridges. Honestly, the toughest part about this is having night vision active. Night vision in the Nether makes it uncomfortably bright. The second worst part about this is that zombie pigmen are considered undead, not food. So this little massacre marathon has to be done essentially without eating. I suppose unless I find some hellhounds. Also, where are all the pigmen? They should not be this hard to find. Hello, goodbye. Dive! That hurt a little more than I expected. But this is why we have almost 3 full bars worth of health. Hello? There's one. With friends. Ow. Well, I suppose thank you, Hellhound, for showing me more opponents. Let me just take a vulnerable moment to eat up here. Maybe grab another strength potion. And back to work we go. Yeah, come and get me. Do your best. Why am I on fire? One of them must have had an enchanted sword. Of fire aspect. Now, he only said 30 days. I haven't been counting, but we're having a good time. As long as there continue to be easy targets, we can keep going. But again, this would be a bit easier and less spooky if we were more well fed. We sure are collecting these gold swords. I guess they don't go in any backpack. kind of a shame there. They really should. Isn't this where I got knocked down? No, this is somewhere else. Maybe we should head home and check the kill tally. Mostly because I don't know exactly where I am anymore. That's alright though. Getting out of here is no problem. Oh, ow, Ceiling suffocation. Wait, that went into one of my bags? Which bag? Foresters? That doesn't really make sense, but okay. This is a little tougher without strength. Oh boy, I'm getting knocked around like crazy. But on Soul Sand, I have the advantage. Now let's get out of here before anything goes wrong. Surprisingly, no ghasts have tried to rain on our parade with fireballs. So we return home without incident. Alright, how are we doing, boss? Done. Armor like paper, you will now rip to shreds. This is another thing that's good for PvP. Werewolf claws are now capable of tearing off armor. Basically only useful for skeleton and zombies that happen to be armored. But players, it can knock armor off your body. And this seems like I remember this being the last one. Kill either a villager or a player, and that maxes out my werewolf level and allows me to spread the curse. So, do we have any villager volunteers, perhaps? What is known is that I'm going to want to steal one and bring it somewhere that isn't a village in order to do this, so I don't take any reputation damage. Because I just don't want to have to deal with hunters. They are annoying and incessant. So, step 1, find a victim. There's a nice, convenient village in this direction, as I recall, that's still populated. It also involves a bit of dimensional travel and network shenanigans. What's a live creeper doing here? Oh, found a hole. Where is that village? Have I passed it yet? Nope. I can turn right or left. And I'd rather go this way. There's always Mistcraft. Then it's just a matter of ink. You can write as many dimensions as you can imagine into being. Although some of them might not be stable. You have half a heart. That makes you my volunteer. Off we go into the wilderness to execute this guy behind the tool shed. I'm not sure how far away I have to get. I just want to be somewhere that's not considered a village, so I don't have to worry about the other villagers realizing what I've done. Apparently they're fine with kidnapping, but murder, that crosses the line. Well, I don't see any villages nearby. Hello there. Whack. Okay. Mission accomplished. And we're done. Level 10 Werewolf. Mission complete. There is certainly value in Eldritch Horror Dimensions. Oh yeah, Myst was a good time. I beat that with family without strategy guides. Not an easy thing. My mother mapped the maze as you are exiting the Selenitic Age, the spaceship age, that railway maze to get to the exit. My mother mapped that by hand. Turns out there are actually 2 mazes. So one of the challenges in mapping that by hand is figuring out which map you're on. I was the one who completed the Mechanical Age first, and realized that the noises that the maze makes are the same noises that the rotation thing makes. So I was able to navigate the maze by sound, the way you're supposed to. Where are my pants? Still in here. Now the funny thing about being a witchery werewolf is, as interesting as those quests were, now that we're done with them, it's more advantageous to not be a werewolf most of the time. I mean, you can't use tools, you can't use looting in wolf form, you can't use armor, so all your enchantments are dead. Yes, the werewolf form itself is powerful, but it's not quite as powerful as being fully geared. Which kind of makes it a waste. Although, just in terms of like flavor, roleplay, player versus player, faction content, it really is amazing. Outside of Witchery, the only mod that has come close to making a werewolf system like this is I forget the name, but there's a guy who's made an offshoot vampirism mod that's not quite as polished mechanically, and then he has a werewolf add-on for it, which it really isn't bad. Don't let me give you that impression. It's just not exactly witchery. But of course, nothing is. So now that we've completed the werewolf quests, and we're a maxed out werewolf, I would like to see if I can remember how to stop being a werewolf. It is not by giving him Wolfsbane. I thought it was. Yes, Vampirism and the Add-on Werewolves. I was trying to remember the author's name. I knew that's what it was called. It's a good mod, especially for faction play. Because you can be a vampire, you can be a vampire hunter, you can be a werewolf with the add-on. It adds extra biomes for the werewolves and the vampires. But that's all it has. You know, just the vampire to werewolf witch hunter component, which was a small fraction of what witchery is. An entire mod, plus an entire add-on mod, does less than a third of what witchery does. I don't think that can be stressed enough. That, yep, that sounds correct. Maxanier sounds correct. I didn't know that the add-on was by someone else. I thought they were the same guy. Now, since we've finished... Oh, that makes sense. That would be why they look so similar. Sorry, I was in another window for a moment there trying to look up how to remove lycanthropy. I thought there was a way other than the ritual, but I guess not. So the quote-unquote easy way to remove lycanthropy is way back here in the Rite of Remove curse. This one. The problem with this one is that it requires a full coven and a cat familiar, I think. I mean, if it doesn't work, then it can't exactly make our lycanthropy any worse. But I thought there was another way to do it with the Wolf Altar once we'd maxed out. Apparently I am somewhat mistaken on that front. Like, was it a wolf head? Was it some wolfsbane? I have no idea. Okay. I did not just give him the wolf head. And the wolfsbane doesn't do anything. Alright, so we will unwolf ourselves this way. Breath, silver sword, diamond. Brew of Love, and a tag lock kit. The circle set up for this ritual is deceptively small. I really expected it to require more than just the innermost white circle. Especially at 10,000 altar power. That is not a small amount of altar power. Alright, let's try to cure ourselves and see how it fails. perform under a full moon. I suppose that makes sense. And suddenly, this dog grew up. Alright, you. Let's get you back into containment. Yeah, that's definitely not a full moon. I can't tell if it's getting more or less moony. I definitely want to come over here and shred this last remnant of the sheepocalypse. These sheep have got to go. The static cling incident. Yesterday's horrible laggy mess. Hello, spiders. Nope, we are up in the chestnut tree now. Pretty good jumping. I think this one's a larch. The super chestnut trees were just so disappointing. We specifically went to get the coast sequoia for the largest trait, and these don't measure up. If I have a height trait called largest from a species that is this tall, I kind of expect to get trees that are that tall out of it. Alright, I forgot I put slow as a component of the spell. That's why the creepers are easier targets after one shot. And probably also why the spell is a bit more expensive than it needs to be. Our sewer continues to work apace. I wonder what our charcoal reserve looks like about now. That's ridiculous. This is just insane. Why is this here? Oh, I know why that's there. One of these trees was up long enough for the bees to crossbreed it. Oh boy. I don't think we need more silk. And this is equally ridiculous. I think I can take the sieve upgrade out. We don't need any more of these pollens. But yeah, my immediate question now is how about that charcoal reserve? Poplars on the next page. It didn't stack, so we'll destroy it. Apple oak, we are tapped out on. The poplar still isn't stacking. Alright, destroy the spare bees, the spare sapling, the spare pollen. Store the sieve upgrade. And our charcoal reserve is almost 10,000. I like our upgrades. I think an argument can be made for building an advanced generator with that kind of a charcoal cache. I also have bee products. So much bee products. We have solved the riddle of the bee. We have pretty much all the bee that's fit to be. And we are full on propolis. So it's probably also time to get another void upgrade over here. Along with an obsidian upgrade. So there's that one. And I got this reversed again. Always seem to do that. And that one. What's in here? Stuff I can store. Okay. Let's start thinking about advanced generators. This will involve opening up Bidoo's own wiki, which I really can't do this without. But the important things here are that we start with a gas turbine and a syngas producer. As I've said before, there's also the steam turbine and heat exchanger, which makes steam. But these are much more difficult to run. The heat exchanger produces steam from water and lava. And I can't produce lava fast enough to feed it. And then that steam is burned in the steam turbine, which just destroys the steam. It doesn't even turn it into water again, I think. It doesn't matter, because I can't get lava fast enough to turn it back into steam fast enough to make this viable. So we will instead be using syngas to gas turbine. So, syngas producer, first step, begins with some iron frames, a lot of this tubing. We're going to need a lot of this tubing. And a control circuit. So we're basically looking at iron, more iron, more iron, even more iron, and a decent amount of redstone besides. Also sticks. But mostly some redstone and about 3 times as much iron. And I've taken all of the iron. This could be a problem. Well, I suppose there was a reason that I made the iron plants upstairs. But being low on iron is a big issue. I need 4 of these. That doesn't look right. It wasn't. Several batches of these. More batches of those, but with redstone added. And the circuit involved one of these. What else are we missing? This thing. I think that's it for the syngas producer master block. As you can see in the tooltip, this is a modular multi-block. It expands a lot. The pertinent ratio here, and this is explained on the wiki, is that one heating chamber consumes coal, produces heat, and gets the thing up and running, and one heating chamber per 5 mixing chambers. So one heating chamber can support 5 mixing chambers without waste. More heating chambers than you need consumes coal or charcoal faster than you'd like, but will also heat the machine faster and create less downtime. But if you're looking for fuel efficiency, and I always am, it's 1 heating chamber to 5 mixing chambers. So that is how we will start. That's 1 more pressure valve, 11 more pressure valves. As our tubing and iron proceeds to disappear. We also need 4 24 iron frames. As our iron continues to disappear at a rapid rate. That's the heating chamber. And the mixing chambers I don't have enough tubing for. So we'll just brush up on our tubing supply. Place these. And those are the functional components of our syngas producer. We also need item input and fluid output at a bare minimum, and fluid intake. So we need those 3 additional blocks. Item input is how we get the charcoal in. Fluid input, or fluid intake, more accurately, is how we get the water in. And then fluid output is how we get the syngas out. And there we are. All the components for a synthetic gas producer that will then be able to fuel the next machine, which we also need to build. The next machine is even more expensive, but a bit more modular and changeable and upgradable. We need the gas turbine, which is another control circuit, another piece of nether quartz, and a bunch of other things that we're currently holding on to. As we've lost, I think almost 2 full stacks of iron so far. And we're not even close to done. That is again the master control block. And this is another modular block nightmare. It requires fuel tanks to hold the syngas that it's taking on. It requires a fluid intake valve to get the syngas in there. It can accept power capacitors, optional, as batteries. The fuel air mixer and gas mix compressor aren't required, but they increase its fuel efficiency, so they're basically required. The power emitter module is how you get power out of it. And then the other components really aren't as critical. The redstone control module, you can basically put a lever on to turn the machine off again. And the sensor module, I don't actually know what it does. Maybe I should quickly look that up. Apparently, it can emit redstone signals if certain conditions inside the machine are met. Don't think I care. Anyway, gas mix compressor almost doubles fuel efficiency, requires the fuel air mixer to be installed first. So we'll get that, which is a pressure valve and 2 pistons. Always with the pistons. Now we are going to need more iron. Lots more iron. Which we kind of have. So let's get that cooking. This is about where I'd like extra bees to be installed again, but I forgot. Because some of its machines are glitchy and I don't trust them. But extra bees would allow me to get bees that produce things like iron, diamonds, and other minerals. Very useful stuff. Just a hilarious way to leverage beekeeping into infinite resources. Huh. I have no iron bars in reserve. Oh, and that also required iron frames. This also requires iron frames, and 2 more pressure valves, and another piston. And we're down to 11 iron ingots, and we aren't even close to finishing this setup. Our next problem is I need 2 advanced pressure valves, which are pressure valves with 8 enderium. And I don't think I have that kind of pearls. No, we have 6 pearls. So that's not happening right now. So this entire project has to be put on hold. Big shame there, running out of resources. But so it goes. How did I get another block of iron in there? Oh, because I put away 11 ingots, which is more than a block of iron. I can do math, guys, I swear. Okay, so we need two things right now. Ender pearls and a full moon. Both of these things require it to be night. And the sun is still rising. Alright then, I guess it's time to just waste some time instead. Maybe do some more mineral farming here. We definitely need more iron, that's for sure. Maybe expanding the iron plot immensely could help, but that would require a lot more iron ore than we have, since I just put all of our iron ore in to be processed. Also, a small side note, you can see all these leaves that have like the double fruits on them. That's these trees finally mutating. After all this time that we've been waiting for that to happen, and bypassed it by using the pollen sieve. Now, all these trees are finally ready to do forestry things with. That's a little ridiculous. No escape sheep allowed. How did this happen? This little 3-block cut in this area with grass at the bottom. That doesn't seem like it should happen. Bam. He must have been a little cooked by the sun. So that should not have been that easy. Okay, so here's what I think I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take all the iron ore we have and move the iron plants into a much larger region under some of these sprinklers. This may involve moving the cactus again. But honestly, it's been so long since we bothered with the cactus that that's fine. It's perfectly fine. I feel like something goes here. It's my knife. I should know that. Alright, clipper, hoe, sticks. Gonna need dirt. Won't need sand. What the? Where did this come from? How do I have a single apple oak pollen from nowhere? What a strange mystery. We'll just throw it in there where I don't need to be anytime soon. Alright, this plot is temporarily decommissioned. Our cacti are being relocated. Yeah, I can go 12. That'll work. Of course, now I have to tear all this up, place the iron ore. But now we know what the dimensions of that plot will be. And while all this is going on, I guess the cacti... Isn't this right where I ripped the cacti up from? Yes, let's move the cactus. From the cactus to the cactus. I guess I'm just putting these somewhere else now. So I don't have to admit that I'm an idiot and didn't need to tear those up at all. There. Cactus elsewhere. Alright, more Ferranium is on the grow. And it's getting dark. I think I want to get more gold down here. Not sure what to do with that plot yet. We'll just leave it a hole for now. The important thing is that night is falling. And I have some Endermen to hunt. Hopefully the moon is correct for that. I don't think it is. Oh, but we have a couple of volunteers immediately. Hello there, friends. I am here to take your balls. That's quite the crit right there. This would be easier without a leap spell baked into Athlete, but I'll take it. Miner's pack. Why don't I have the Hunter's pack out? And we are looking for more Endermen, which honestly would be faster if I went wolf mode, but then I'd have to put my armor back on, and it's just a whole thing. Using Athlete to leapfrog around isn't that bad a play. But this is basically hunting for wolves all over again. It's just that now the wolves are very tall. And not bound to any particular biome. Alright, see you later, mate. So far, this is the worst Enderman hunt I've ever had the misfortune of attempting. Mostly because there aren't any. No good books in here. I've got all the books. Enderman on the map spotted. Somewhere over here. Except now they're gone. Nope. Oh. They're somehow inside this hill. Alright, well, if that's how it's going to be. There you are. Where's your friend? Over there. Perfect. Athlete. Luck. Strength. Take him out. Maybe I should collect a canister of oil, just to make sure that it's as bad as I remember, instead of just assuming nothing has changed between versions. Because what I know about Buildcraft oil refining is a version out of date, even considering what version I'm on now. However, our immediate problem is that it's sunrise, and our night escapades have earned us, 11 pearls isn't bad. That is not bad for one night. If we do it again tomorrow night, we might have a chance. I'm also kind of tempted to just make potions of saturation. Just have witchery potions that count as food. Wouldn't that be funny? Lay off the steak, not have to worry about eating, just have a fast drinking potion that automatically fills my food bar for a duration. Might not be worth it in the long run, since they don't stack so high. But at the same time, it'd be worth Potioncraft XP. Huh? I have no idea what just died. Something was somewhere taking, I assume, suffocation damage. Whatever just happened there, it's not my problem. Another weird random pollen. Where are these coming from? I don't have anything anywhere that should be producing these, but here they are. Alright, let's get some potions going. I'm thinking I want 2 in particular. We can add to our little potion stock here. First thing, a strength potion with a higher duration. So that's level 2 Blaze Powder. Before we do this, I also want modifiers, no particles. And then duration, redstone, obsidian, mind drake. We'll go full on. Because why not? We have them. That gives me strength. Can we also do a bunch of speed? Why yes, that'd only be another 2 points of capacity. So, a Tear of the Goddess. We'll go glowstone, so it's not... no blaze rod, because too much speed is difficult to control. Actually, you know what? Never mind. If I was going to bake speed into the potion as well, I'd just cast Athlete, because that's level 1 speed. So this is our new high duration strength potion. I don't think I need to do anything else with it. You just throw it in a bottle. There is one more thing. Let's make it red. 12 minutes of strength 3. Witchery is not to be messed with. You simply cannot get here with vanilla Minecraft. So we have our low duration strength potions, and now we have some high duration strength potions. Our next potion experiment, I don't know what level the effect is at. Here it is. It's level 4 to make a food potion. And we get there by inverting a subdued spirit. That's a bit weird. Do I even have subdued spirit? I have 1. Well, I don't think I'm going to do much else with it. Let's give it a go. Netherwart Tear. Spirit for effect. Does this effect have duration? I have no idea. It's cheap to find out. So glowstone blaze rod for power. Redstone, obsidian, Mindrake for duration in case it cares. Subdued spirit for effect. Before all effects, so we want these before we start adding these features. So it's rowan berries, Spanish moss, and exhale of the horned one. Oh, and it's not just subdued spirit. It's inverted subdued spirit, so I have to ferment a spider eye. Alright, experimental potion of food. I think I might have messed it up. Fullness 3, quaffing fast. Nope, it worked. And I guess fullness has no duration, so our duration ingredients didn't do anything here. Oh well, that is perfectly fine. I could just not hold the moon charm, and then I'd know exactly when it's a full moon. Though that doesn't help me know when it's night in general. We're almost done bottling. Potions of fullness are oddly expensive power-wise, for how silly the effect is. I'll hang on to these because it's part of the experiment. The rest goes in our potion cabinet. I guess it's night now, but it's also raining, so Endermen are not going to be a thing unless I go cancel the rain. Alright, dissipation charge fired. Rain ended. Moon probably full tomorrow. Now with the rain gone, we can be on the hunt for Endermen. In this large, convenient plain. They would be very easy to spot if they existed. Not sure what that bright spot is. Probably a past lightning strike. Couple of blitzes, don't need those. No evidence of Endermen. This makes me wonder again if it's part of the lunar cycle. closer to a full moon, Endermen less likely, witches more likely. Of course, I'm not seeing any witches either, so that's not helping my case. Maybe the Endermen aren't spawning anyway because it's supposed to be raining. Wouldn't that be stupid? So when you fire a spell, your current momentum is added to its momentum. So if I get up some good speed going like this, turn to the side and try and shoot something, I have to fire early because the projectile is pulled with my speed. Bit of a pain, that. Just means don't fire from broomstick. But our Enderman hunt is kind of dead tonight. Most of the night gone. Haven't seen a single one. I mean, that's just a sign. Well, with dawn approaching, let's make some progress toward this gas mix compressor. That is two of these, and each of them needs 8 Enderium. Which is 4 buckets of Resonant Ender. which is a full stack of ender pearls. It's kind of less than ideal, but here we are, apparently. I don't remember what this tank is for. Anyway, Enderium is also 2 tin, 1 silver, 1 platinum. So that's everything but the ender. Apparently that doesn't work. But that does. Done. Now I need 8 Pyrothium. And the final step is to induction smelt them back together again. So really I want this in there and not the sand. So tonight is the full moon, which is when I try to remove my werewolf curse. As amusing as werewolfing has been. Just checking to make sure there's nothing I can make with Wolfsbane that would make sense to unwerewolf with. I really thought there was a way to end lycanthropy with the statue. Like, you had to do it as a level 10 werewolf. It wouldn't work any earlier. Alright, so that's those components. Now it's a piston, a tube, and 4 frames. frames, the piston, the iron tubing. So as soon as this finishes, we're in business. Well, I'm a little curious. Where did I put my third canister? It's not in here, which is where I assumed it would be. Oh yeah, seed oil. That makes sense. Alright, gas mix compressor for the next step of fuel efficiency. Next we need a power emitter and fluid intake, and at least one fuel tank. So, power emitter. Where is it? Oh, that's because it's named funny. It's the flux generator. It's named funny because this opens up different blocks if you have different power systems available. If I had, for example, industrial craft installed, there would be a power emitter module for that type of power. But I only have the flux generator because I only have redstone flux from thermal expansion. Which is why this is here. Also, this is wrong. You messed up, Bidoo. This is supposed to be a silver coil. Gold coils are for reception. Silver coils are for power output. That's right. I'm ribbing a guy for mistakes that haven't been relevant for years. Literal years. Alright, 2 frames, this wiring, and another 2 pistons for the I/O module. Let's see, 2 pistons, frames, and 6 iron besides. I think I need to blend some more birch because I'm running out of planks. So let's just get that going. Alright, so it goes. Well, first I need this part. There we go. Power I/O, coil, wire, those things. What am I forgetting? The fact that I used the wrong coil. I used the coil that I should have used. But I didn't use the coil that's actually required. It's so ingrained in me, because I know thermal expansion, that I automatically corrected Bidoo's mistake even after having called it out. Alright, flux generator. Next part. We don't need redstone control, we have the emitter, we have the mixer, we don't need sensors, turbines we'll skip for now. Power capacitor, that's a definite maybe. Fluid intake, that's required. Fluid intake and fuel tanks. Fluid intake is fairly cheap. Fuel tanks, also looking fairly cheap. I can afford to make a couple. There's no reason to make... I mean, there's no downside in making a couple of extra. There's actually pretty good logic on the design of this one. It's got the iron frame that every single generator block has. It's got glass walls because of the tank, and it has a tube for the fuel to go into. So the block itself makes sense in its crafting recipe. And then we think about power capacitor. 1 million, 5 million, 25 million. These aren't so important because if I want batteries, I already have, what is this, 80 million? Yeah, if I'm counting the zeros right, that's 80 million right there. What do these even cost? 3 Invar tier batteries, plus an Electrum tier, plus an Enderium tier. So that's not really worth the cost, I don't think. I mean, a 1 or a 5 might be, but the 25, not so much. I guess we can pass on these for now. I mean, the power should just go straight out. Well, I might need them anyway. Because I don't know how much power this thing could produce. Well, that's our answer right there. So our existing charcoal engines are producing 320 RF a tick. In order to make any kind of power profit, I'm going to have to be able to produce more than that, and hopefully cheaper in terms of outright charcoal expense. And I don't know if that's possible, because I remember these machines eating charcoal like candy. But anyway, this is what we got. 100 RF a tick, 200 RF a tick, 150 RF a tick. So, why? I mean, the only stats are production and inertia. Bronze and gold both have an inertia of 110%. And Bronze produces 50 RF a tick more, and also doesn't use gold, so it's a cheaper material. That's better. And the only thing that changes is what the turbine rotor is made of. And then besides those two, we have Enderium, which produces 500 RF a tick. How much Enderium does that cost? Well, 1 plus 8 blades. $11. 5 for 4, 5 for 8, and then the last one for 11. Each turbine consumes a certain amount of syngas. It doesn't matter what level the turbine is, they all consume syngas at the same rate. I think. Might be wrong about that. Let me verify. It doesn't say. Oh, this is interesting. It can run on syngas at 1000 RF per millibucket. It can also run on liquefacted coal, biofuel from forestry, fuel from buildcraft at 1500 RF per millibucket, a bunch of things from other mods I don't have installed. Okay, fuel consumption formula, which is equal to the production divided by the fuel value divided by the efficiency multiplier. Okay, so the more powerful the turbine, the faster it eats fuel. So rather than bothering to go with Enderium, as expensive as that would be, I'm probably better off making several bronze. At a higher cost of iron, but a higher cost of iron is a heck of a lot better than trying to use several Enderium turbines, because that's just way too expensive. Huh. So a gold turbine is an iron turbine plated with 1 gold ingot. That would be why it's only 150. And the bronze turbine is made of solid bronze. I guess it's time to look at our bronze supply, isn't it? We have yes bronze. Good. How many turbines do we want? I would say we start with 5. Which means we need 10 of this recipe. That didn't look right at all. It wasn't. I messed this up. That's better. There's our 5 rotors. Now we need basically all this, which is not good. But I think we have just enough of the rest of this stuff to actually assemble these. Bingo. And now I can reblock the leftover bronze. We can get this back in storage. Good thing we made all that spare bronze. Welcome back, mate. We've made significant progress on getting our advanced generator going. There's one other thing that I kind of want to build, but it's not really critical. And that would be a pressure tank for the syngas output. It's really not a critical component, but I usually just like to do it. Let's see what it costs. Well, 4 tank walls. This makes 16 tank walls. So a single tank block is 4 iron? That's not awful economy. And then the tank controller is a diamond. We have infinite diamonds. And then we need a fluid outlet. Probably a powered fluid outlet. Though not necessarily. I could solve that with a servo. And a fluid inlet. That. Which is just more iron all over the place. I think I'm going to instead declare that we have done enough damage to our iron supply for now. I've got our generator components, our syngas component, or syngas producer components. Oh. Did I miss the full moon? I think while I was building all these components, we skipped the full moon. Oh well. We get to be a lycanthrope for longer then. Because I can't pay attention to time. Unless not that much time has passed. And it's still midday before the full moon. Honestly, I have no idea. Alright, make way for these machines. This is going to have to be built very strangely. And honestly, I think this peat engine can just go. was a waste of materials. It's too weak to matter. I'm not even going to put it away. I'm going to burn it. It is that useless. So what we need to do in this space here is find room to build 2 machines. Well, that's a little weird. I was expecting at least some of that to be gravel. I guess not today, though. And now we're just chasing an iron vein, which is not what I set out to do. Remember way back when flint was hard to come by in the beginning and I wanted to use it for pulverization potions? But we just didn't have enough for the means to make it rapidly. Good times. Well, I have definitely cut too much space here, which is good, because it's much easier to block in the space later than to have to cut further because I haven't cut it enough. And how is that moon coming? Still pretty daylight out there. Okay, so we need a few things here. I need my generator to feed into the power socket of this energy cell. I need my syngas generator to be able to pull off of the charcoal supply. This is going to be kind of tight. We also need the syngas generator to either pull into the water supply, which honestly the water supply might not be able to handle it, or we use a different trick. Pressure Pipes has an infinite water source, which is just, it's a 2x2 water source in a 1x1 space. And then it has this high pressure pump, which has infinite throughput. So if you put one of these down, with one of these connected to it, and a lever on it to turn it on, whatever it's connected to will always be full of water, period. It comes in too fast to be consumed. Which honestly is pretty good for our syngas producer. So let me get the 3/6 iron required for this. And the 6 wood again. More pistons. Always with the pistons. And it also involves 2 cactus green. And the reason it requires cactus green, I believe, is from Buildcraft. Buildcraft used to use cactus green, and still does. Uses cactus green as a signifier for, like, a liquid sealant. So there's the pump. The water source is another block of iron plus 3. Which I don't have. I have a block of iron plus 2. This should solve that. Maybe I can further expand the iron farm. Aha! We did not miss the full moon. It is the full moon right now. Okay. Let's see if I can cure my own lycanthropy. Or if we don't have enough of something or another. Watch it say full covenant cat. A cat is required. Well, that means I can't have these items in here because getting a cat familiar requires the ritual circle. I guess I'm just stuck being a werewolf for the time being. Because there's no way that I'm going to be able to claim a cat familiar and then try again before we lose the moon. I suppose after stream that means I'm going to be looking around for what the other way is to stop being a werewolf. Because I know there is one, I just don't remember what it is. Okay, now we're back here and still have not made much headway in terms of figuring out how to orient all this. I guess my syngas item intake is going to be here. That way I can put a pipe, an item duct here, and get the charcoal into it. My generator, flux generator, will be here. So it outputs into that cable and into the energetic infuser as a sort of backup additional power source. I suppose we can put our controllers right in plain reach here. can't count. I needed 6. Not you. So the generator controller can go down here so I can keep an eye on it. And the syngas controller can go up here for the same reason. So that kind of establishes the orientations that we're working with. And if this is how everything is going down, then I guess we're building the turbine at floor level or even below it. And the only trick is how I'm going to connect them. So I can put this thing's fluid intake right here. And then do water source, high pressure pump, and stick a lever on this side so it doesn't interfere with the fabricator. Give me a sec, someone I need to immediately ban. You didn't see it? Don't worry about it. Somebody trying to sell viewer bots again, which I do not put up with. Hello, what are you doing in here? These witches, they're always in the way. Exactly. Spammers out. Alright, this thing needs its heating chamber, and then up to 5 mixing chambers. There's only a real requirement is that they connect to the main mass. And this thing's orientation is fully freeform. It does not care. And we'll give it full water. Instantly filled. And connect it to the charcoal supply. This will make our charcoal freaking disappear. Because the syngas machine eats charcoal like nobody's business. Especially at only 8 per. There we go. So now it's burning charcoal to heat, and once it heats, it will just devour charcoal to make syngas. So the last thing we need is fluid output. And fluid input. And they can't touch. Maybe I need another pressure pump. Or a pipe or something. Well, let's build this out and then see what we end up with from there. It needs the fuel air mix. It needs the gas mix compressor. That brings its efficiency up. Then we give it a couple of fuel tanks. And all the turbines. Okay, I think I know what I'm doing with this here. Move that turbine over here. Fluid intake here. Fluid output directly above. You should not be connected to that water block. That makes no sense. Okay, do this a little better. Fluid output here. Replace the mixing chamber. Fluid intake here. And then I just need some kind of pipe between them. You see how fast this thing drinks charcoal? That's just going down and down and down. It's based on a carbon value. Maybe I can find something that has better carbon than charcoal. I mean, coal blocks. That's not really sustainable. Straight wood and not carbon would do it. Wood pulp. Interesting. I can carpenter wood into 4 wood pulp, thereby quadrupling the carbon value of basic wood. I wonder how long that would take and if it's viable. But yeah, that basically looks like our option for carbon. Charcoal, pre-cooked wood, that isn't charcoal, which we have tons of, but I don't see an easy way to get it here. The important thing right now is just to get a pipe here. And that is apparently all the connection we need. It has burned up all the fuel it can burn. Its own internal batteries are full. I mean, bingo. We now have a generator that can push out 1,000 RF a tick, connected to our power, giving us a total power production of, well, quite a bit. 320, that's tripled, so almost 1,000, but not quite. You know, 960 RF a tick. 1,960 RF a tick. Maximum production. Do we have the fuel supply to sustain this? I don't think so. That number definitely looks like it's trending down. That would stop if I could pull it off the charcoal supply and stick it on a raw wood diet instead. What if I didn't have furnaces up top making charcoal? What if my charcoal furnaces were here instead? And what came down the pipe was wood. Any wood that would fit in here as a priority. And also into the furnaces. And then going into our storage chest as a backup. That would be a major pipe overhaul. Maybe a project for tomorrow. Oh, and I forgot our last 320. If we get some lava in the magmatic, that honestly doesn't seem important right now. The main thing is that my power generation is now a lot more secure. I might want to actually make a tilling spell so I can stop repairing this hoe constantly. I should have that component. Yeah, plow. Just touch plow would be a mana-based hoe. And I could get XP and just have effectively a hoe in my spellbook. And not have to keep repairing this one. It's a silly idea, granted, but not one without merit. We have plans, you see, and they require additional iron production. Do I have this much iron ore? Seem to. Alright, this will expand our Ferranium significantly. Passive iron production increased. I can also maybe examine some of these hermitics, which I've been waiting on to do for a long time. We also seriously need to consider going to the end. It's kind of getting to be about that time. Effect Explorer, we definitely have that. We've been using it constantly. Flowering Fast, Fertility 4, we gave you all of these traits. Just give up Species Hermetic, and we can stop talking. Or maybe Lifespan Longest, which I think you have. At the moment, we're just getting junk. Territory Average, no good. Ignores Day-Night, no good. I'm running out of Labware. Lifespan Long. Do we have that one? We have Longer, so we don't even need this. And that's it for the Labware. What a shame. Gonna need to burn more diamonds and glass. Tolerant Flyer, useless. Effect Explorer, useless. Alright, so I am not going to close up this giant hole area. Because the last thing I want to do is make a large tank. A pressure pipes tank. And then connect the syngas producer to that tank. And then connect the tank back to the generator. So I can have a giant buffer of syngas. That'll cost a lot of iron, though, which is primarily why I'm not doing it yet. But at the moment, while the syngas producer is not running because everything here is full, our charcoal supply is definitely going back up. So I guess everything is fine with just this setup here. honestly not sure what to do next then. We've built ourselves an advanced generator. We're done with bees. I mean, I could do more with bees, but there's not much more with bees that I want to do. We've successfully become a werewolf and maxed that out to the point where I'm about ready to go back to humanity. We could try out vampirism next, but not until we stop being a lycanthrope. Because while you can mix the two, it weakens both of them. And you kind of combine the weaknesses. I could play with the crystal ball some more. But if Baba Yaga shows up, we are not prepared to fight her. Baba Yaga has some very, very nasty surprises. The worst of which being a powerful, not just a thorns effect, but a damage reflection effect that only wooden weapons and possibly potions ignore. So as hilarious as it is to be enchanting a wooden sword, here we are. We'll find buried treasure. I'm not familiar with that one. I think it means if I go digging in the dirt, a chest will just kind of happen. I also don't know what the penalty is for that one if I ignore it. So I'll just go rooting around in the dirt blocks. We do have more creeper holes to refill anyway. Give me all the iron. Iron nuggets by the ton. Okay, back to the business of finding some creeper holes and just digging around for treasure or something. Whatever our crystal ball prophecy wants us to do. Was this a creeper hole? It kind of looks like it wasn't a creeper hole, but then became one. And of course there's the biggest creeper hole of all. The one where the horned menace spawned in and blew a hole in the landscape. You know what? I think it's time to actually make those potions. Because I do not need to burn time filling in all these holes. I just want to get it done. So, back to the brewing board. I'm looking for level, not till land, level land, or something like it. That's basically what it's called. I've also never made bramble. Maybe we should make some bramble at some point. Level land, netherrack. Blocks above will be removed, space below will be filled in. That's what we want. That is a level 2 effect made with netherrack. Get your brewing hat on. It's time to make some nonsense. What else does it say about that effect? Power level influences the AoE and the number of air blocks that may be filled. So we want high power, and I don't think splash radius means anything, because it only cares about the first block hit. I could also experiment with making a wormwood version, but I don't think that ever does anything. Honestly, the liquid method of potion dispersal is rarely worth anything. But we're going to try. We're going to make 2 of these with glowstone blaze rod for potency, because there's simply no reason not to. Netherrack for effect. I'm pretty sure it's instantaneous, so duration doesn't matter. Then we have dispersal. I mean, we can try. I don't think it'll do much. And then one of these ends with water artichoke. But the other one will end in wormwood for a liquid potion, and I want to see what that does. So to that one we'll also add cocoa beans. And belladonna lapis. Well, just the belladonna. So this is the first dose, and the second dose is to repeat what's left, and then finish with that. This should prove interesting. I'm not quite sure what these will end up doing. There's our splash potions of leveling. Wait for them to boil back up. Wood ash, cocoa, belladonna, wormwood. And these are the liquid versions. I've always liked doing mad alchemy in Minecraft. Some of my earliest Minecraft memories on servers were of being one of the first guys to make tons of splash potion grenades. And whenever I had enemies, I dealt with them with potions of poison too. Just throwing very scary poison grenades everywhere, chasing them down with a knife to finish them off. I was still a kid, so the rest of the people on server found it rather frightening. Alright, Splash Brew of Leveling. Can I get this to fill in some dirt? No. But it'll work if I put it here. Or if I miss. Because it has to take from blocks above to place blocks below. What absolute nonsense. These are useless. Alright, let's try the liquid version. Let's see what crazy nonsense I have wrought here. Well, it does something. Not really clear what. I have no idea what it's doing. If it's doing. So our next option is to fill this in with dirt bullets. Costs basically nothing on mana. Is pretty much no different from throwing around the dirt manually, but can be done at a greater range. If I guess if I make a lot of mistakes, I can start using the splash potions to correct them. So we'll just be very careless here. Oh, that's a lot more careless than I was counting on. And then make it clear that this is the level I want things to be built to. And that corrects the errors. Nice. We have found a way to combine two magic mods to greater effect than either of them could accomplish alone. I just spam dirt everywhere like an idiot. And then, boom, level it out. It's fantastic. Everything according to plan. Throw a bunch of dirt around, then rearrange it. I know I made a lot more creeper holes. This looks like one, definitely. Not a bad potion at the end of the day. The liquid brew of leveling, still kind of a mystery. Not quite sure how it works, or even if it works. But it definitely seems to do something. Also, is that pollen? That is pollen. How am I getting tree pollen out of grass? That makes no sense. There have never been bees over here. Well, I'll certainly do some random things. Oh, not this one. The liquid one. If I want to waste a ridiculous brew, it's going to be the one that I don't fully understand. I missed. But it's still doing things. Oh hey, we can do Enderman hunting once more. Let me just rearrange my potion inventory. Grab one of my a stack of my strength potions, the weaker ones. Really don't know what to do with that pollen or where it even came from. Oh, I forgot the luck potion. Would the luck potion matter? There's only 2 Endermen here. I'm just a mad scientist. I apply the exact same mental capacity to every problem, imagined problem, and ridiculous bit of nonsense that I do. It's all the same machine. It's all witchery potion science. That is a Basols. Hey, you, over there. Have some lightning. You missed me. Next victim. That one didn't even get to fire. Not seeing any more Endermen, though. Which was a pretty big disappointment. I mean, 2 Endermen a night is pitiful. Maybe on the way we'll see some more... Oh! I wasn't expecting more Endermen. I was expecting more creeper holes. But I will take more pearls. I have no idea what that did, if anything. The operation of the liquid brew of leveling remains a mystery. The liquid type of brew deployment is, well, it's just always been a mystery to me. I have no idea how you are supposed to make it work. Much like the Ars Magica 2 binding shape. And I mean, I've tried. I don't know what potion effect is good with it. Damaging potion effects definitely aren't good with it because they're ridiculously difficult to aim as a liquid. Because the liquid doesn't last very long and it spreads wherever it wants to, not where you want it to go. So basically this potion, it randomly moves dirt around, and that's all I can tell. I have a flowing potion of moves dirt randomly. It's not useful, and we haven't learned anything from it. persistent little monsters. It works kind of like a potion of erosion. It's just shuffling the dirt around weirdly. So I really don't have any qualms about wasting it, since it's so incomprehensible the way it works. It seems to almost be a kind of acid. Almost. Infinite Tree Farm is doing work. Although, I think I'm noticing a bit of an oddity. One of these plots should have trees growing, but doesn't. Yeah, the yellow and green side are not supposed to be mostly spruce anymore, but they still are. Because the spruce over here haven't grown. And they really should have by now. I guess the tool of choice for really fixing creeper holes is going to be a more advanced AM2 spell. Something with the AoE shape. So I have like a projectile AoE place block. That'll give us more effect per spell cast. I also still haven't found this supposed buried treasure. Not quite sure where it expects me to look on that front. Is it a digging thing? Or a going into the mines thing? Eight more pearls is nice in any case. I think we're going to make some headway looking for the End Fortress. I have no blaze powder. Well, how did that happen? I'm also very low on end rods. We'll have to go farm some of those fairly soon. So I guess blaze rods now. And looking for the end portal tomorrow, since that'll definitely take longer than the time I have left. But we have these as a statement of intent. I'll just put them right there. No, this chest. That'll be hard to miss. Off to the blaze spawners we go. You know what? Where's all my luck potions? If I'm going to be sticking potions in this chest, they should be in there. And not hanging around in some chest or other. You should be in my potion locker. And this swim boost counts. The rest of these don't. These stay there. I also need to make use of these swim boost potions eventually. For a mobility potion that we made right before building the room, they're getting no use. I guess flight is just better. Weird. That hole shouldn't be there. Alright, time to start leaving markers. So I know how to get home. Where do we put all the blaze spawners? Not this way, that's just a dead end. And this is basically how I navigate through mazes when I have infinite light sources like this. It's a system I worked out during Thaumcraft 4, dealing with Eldritch mazes. 1 dot points the way home, 2 dots, like this, indicates a dead end. And then 2 dots, like this, indicates toward a valuable destination. May have forgotten the fire resist potion. But it's okay. I have, like, fire resist 4 on my armor or something. Yeah, the fire doesn't even do damage, and it vanishes in a single tick. Wasn't this a second blaze spawner? I think it was. Very much so. So we have 2 near adjacent blaze spawners. Pretty valuable area. If blaze spawners were faster. Between Fortune 3 and Luck 3, you'd think I'd get more than 1 blaze rod. Maybe I can also do some ice experiments, see if this does more damage per swing. Because this claims to be doing 12 damage. This claims 6, but it's ice. Bah. I guess 2 hits is 2 hits, doesn't matter which. The increased damage of this sword does not reach a break point that makes it more valuable than this one. Of course, this one has looting 3 on it, and the spell doesn't. Oh, great. Don't do that. That's rude. And the cost of putting looting and or fortune on Ars Magica spell is pretty much don't bother. Because first you have to unlock it, and then after you unlock it, with a special spell whose only purpose is to unlock that modifier, you then have to pay to add the modifier to the spell, which I'm pretty sure it involves a pure essence, which looks like this. And it doesn't pull up a recipe, but it's made up of every other essence in Ars Magica, plus at least one diamond, possibly two. Basically, making pure essence for any reason is not worth it. Oh. Well, you spawned fast. Alright, give me a minute to test out those potions of fullness. How's this for food? Well, I'm not sure. It's at least as good as a steak in terms of food value. Couldn't tell you what it is for saturation, since that's apparently not a mod. At least not something I installed. Oh well, keep the rods coming. Your fires do not concern me. We're up to almost a stack of blaze rods, which is pretty good. We could use some more wither skulls. Maybe I'll fight the Horned Huntsman again once or twice. There is another way to summon him besides that horn that the wolf quest gives you. But it takes a lot of demon blood. Basically those wicker men made of straw, you make your own out of something else. Normal wicker men are made of hay bales. We make wicker bundles out of saplings, then add demon blood to bloody them, and then build the same shape as the large hay wicker men out in the world. Once built, you set it on fire, and the Horned Huntsman appears again with an explosion. Apparently he drops wither skeleton skulls. I got 3 from him. I don't know why I want more. It's not like I'm planning on summoning the wither again. What do I need more nether stars for? I don't know. Maybe wither potions. think that'll do it. We'll use the rest of our luck on the way out. And this time I can just leave by following my single sparkly dots. Hello. Goodbye. I see wither skeletons somewhere off to the right, in some corridor. They could be this way. They are apparently down. Or maybe up, it's hard to tell. Any skulls? Likely not. Of course not. Follow the single dots back home. And there's our tunnel. I wouldn't mind more gas tiers either, but they're being a little elusive. Grab plenty of tin, iron, and gold on our way back in. And that's a lot in here. Mostly the iron and tin, though. I'm also honestly surprised that none of my witches have killed themselves yet. Like, I have seen Coven witches teleport onto these netherrack blocks under the witch's cauldron, and then they set themselves on fire and suffocate with their faces in the witch's cauldron at the same time. Completely unsavable. But I think that is going to do it for the day. We still don't have that buried treasure. But we're going to take our Eyes of Ender and make some progress toward the End Fortress tomorrow. So that's all from me for the moment. I will see you next time. Until then.